Ancient manuscript.
All right, I'm testing the audio.
Okay, we'll need more participants, but sure. There's Ned. He's got lots of layers. We were joking about doing it in sweat.
Ready to stay dry and stay warm.
That's it.
Well, because we talked about how there hasn't been any heat in this for weeks. Because I know
because I can't see them on
Yeah.
the screen. I can't, but I don't know if
I'll let you
might
know
be
if we have a
able
handout.
to support over there. I don't have to see your screen. Okay, did they start? Right. This is a regular meeting of the Norwich Selectboard, Wednesday, September 24th, 2025. I'm Mary Layton, Selectboard Chair, to my left is Marcia Calloway, to my right is Kim Briggs, Vice Chair, and also Priscilla Vincent, Brett Sweat, and Town Manager Fran Duffy. The first item on our agenda is to approve the agenda, and I have a question for the board. If it is okay to include Matt Sweat's memo, which was submitted for correspondence in our discussion on number 11, opioid settlement funds, would that be okay to discuss that at that time? If we need to? Okay. Any other changes?
When we do department reports, can we make time to at least mention the finance department report, or department two?
I think so. We just have to be brief so we don't go too long, I think.
What did you want to include, Priscilla? The finance department among the other departments, because they submit a report to me.
Are you asking that it should be, or?
Well, we usually we pay no attention to the finance department reports.
You mean the AP warrants and so forth and reports?
No, I mean,
The figures?
There's a cover letter.
there's a
and-
cover letter
There's
and then
cover
there's
letter.
some stuff.
Okay.
And I just wanted to make a comment or two about,
Yes.
Well, isn't that already on there?
well,
Discussion possible,
For,
discussion of department reports.
yeah,
So it's already on
yeah,
there.
so definitely won't leave that out, because that's important. Okay, let's see. Do you have a motion?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
All right.
you didn't want to include your opioid report?
And
Well, it's in there.
It's on the, yeah.
It's in there, okay,
It's on the
that's
agenda.
not, it's more procedural.
Okay,
All
okay.
right, so is there a second?
second.
Okay, we'll vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Email?
Yes.
Philip?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, the chair's report, basically just got to form up the agenda as for some supporting materials on the, from the select board members on the finance committee select board MOU, and Marcia stepped up to provide materials for the packet. Matt Sweat did some outside research and is submitted to form our discussion about the opioid settlement funds. Okay, that's it for chair's report. Are there any public comments for items not on the agenda? You want to Zoom or in person? Priscilla?
When we went into executive session a time or two ago, and we were in Brennan's office, and we were around that table that was exactly the right size for all of us. I felt we had one of the best meetings and discussions ever, because we were all around the same table. We could look at each, I mean, the only one thing going like that, we could look at each other, and I wish we could rearrange this room, because I feel as though we're like contestants in some kind of show. You know, I really, I realized I'm very sensitive to spatial things, and it's like, I don't like this. It was so much better, so much more congenial, so much more communicative
Yes.
when we were around the table somehow
Yes,
together.
that's a great comment, and I think Chemo and I were thinking, could we sort of try to kick off our select board year sort of in that fashion, and we move furniture around. And I think the difficulty is we also, it's not just us and Brennan, we have our public and our, table where people come up.
Yeah.
It's just the geometry, we're sort of forced into a different kind of geometry that might feel like, a game show or,
Well, if we had swivel chairs, anybody whose back sees me could just.
Okay, that's a good comment though, because it does make a difference, those spatial things and how you interact with people. Chemo?
My memory is that we discussed it, and because of this table, we decided we couldn't do that.
Yes, and this table is really heavy, it has a wiggly leg, which is also part of the thing. But I think it was also where the screen is, and,
That could go.
okay, well, maybe, and this, who knows, we're gonna renovate Tracy Hall, maybe there'll be a vision for a more friendly setup, as we move forward with Tracy Hall. Okay, let's see, and are there any people on Zoom that need to speak right now? Because I can't quite see. Any hands up?
Not seeing any hands up.
Okay, Kimo, did you want to make a public comment?
Yes, one thing is, based on the Energy Committee's last meeting, I wondered if we could invite them, make sure that they're aware that we're doing a meeting with the architects to look at Tracy Hall next
Okay.
in October. Make sure that they're invited.
Okay, for when we meet here,
Yeah.
just make sure that they're specifically invited. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, any other public comments? If none, we have a lot of, many spending requests, so I think if we move sort of judiciously through them, we'll save a little time. Item 4 is town clerk spending request for, out of the records restoration fund. May I have a motion just to
I move
start
to
this?
approve the expenditure of up to $1,575 from Fund 45, Restoration and Preservation Fund for binding of the town reports.
And second, okay. Any brief discussion?
I think it's pretty good. Just a comment.
Okay,
My comment is, I'd like people to use the town's form because it actually has a nice, because it's easier to see when you look at them repeatedly. And also it's got a checkbox that says that the finance office has confirmed. So I'd like to use those.
okay, I guess that's a kind of a request of the town clerk, I think, right? That she's willing to do it that way.
Well, it's
what everybody else uses.
It's for our use.
Oh, okay,
Because we're the ones that are being asked to do something, and I think it's just more efficient.
okay,
Good idea.
very good.
Lily has her hand up. But she might wanna-
Okay, Lily, would you like to speak?
Hi, yeah, thanks for the pending approval. I appreciate it. My forms are constantly the same because I'm using from the same fund every single time. If you can point me towards a PDF fillable version of that form, that would be great.
Okay. We'll see if we can,
Yeah, we have one.
you have one?
Comment.
Okay, that sounds doable. Thank you, Lily. Any other brief comments? Okay, let's vote.
Let's
Marcia,
vote.
how do you vote?
Yes.
Timo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes. Okay, and 5, Huntley Meadow tennis courts resurfacing bid recommendation. And let's do a motion and then we'll discuss briefly. May I have a motion, please?
I move to approve a contract with Blacktop Paving in the amount of $119,170 for the excavation and paving of the Huntley Meadow tennis courts.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Any brief comments? Priscilla?
I was a little puzzled why Vermont recreational wasn't considered more attractive.
Was it cost?
Well, they were cheaper.
Much cheaper.
Oh, I see.
The scope of their,
The work.
the scope of their work was
Wasn't as
not
complete.
as complete as Blacktop.
I mean, I figured there was a really good reason for going with Blacktop.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Okay.
they're not doing everything that Blacktop.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was interesting, the variance of what
Oh,
we're
Yes.
suggesting.
Yes.
what is it?
The very.
Just the different ways of doing this and the different costs.
Yeah.
Okay, ready to vote?
Yep.
Marcia?
Yes.
Timo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, moving on. Hopson Road Culvert. It's item number 6. DPW bid evaluation recommendation. And I guess this Hopson Road Culvert, I was trying to visualize either end, when Brennan talked about it in the agenda, but it's actually the intersection with Elm Street. So it's like halfway along Hopson. You know, Elm Street comes up on
Yeah.
steep, it's somewhere in that.
It's actually quite close to the corner by where the red house is,
Yes,
right there.
yeah, and it said it was a stone culvert, so that sounds ancient. And
Yeah, I can tell you
It's
the
probably great.
the amount of water that goes through there is
There's a lot.
prodigious.
Okay. Okay, well, let's have a motion for that.
I move to approve a contract with Chase Justice LLC for the replacement of the culvert on Hopson Road for an amount not to exceed $20,000.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further comment or question?
I think, I have no problem with the idea that there might be some contingencies if people were asked for a little more than the actual bid. And in general, I think Chris gives us wonderfully put together requests that are so clear. He gives us everything we need to know without, blah, 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 but, you know, the rationale and what's looked at. And
Yes. I think our culverts are being sized up to, you know, deal with our increasing amount of stormwater, so that's very good. Timo?
I think in the future it would be helpful for me doing my job to show this on a map.
Oh, yeah,
I wanted to go and
I was
look at
confused
it.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, just have a map, showing location so we can examine it.
I walked up the street down Hopson this morning, I didn't notice anything, but maybe it wasn't, it went that way.
It's got 2 cute cones.
Yeah, I did find it. My other question was, do we, you know how many culverts we have? Are they numbered?
Thousand.
So could we designate something? Could we say this is culvert number something or other?
Oh my God, standardization.
I don't believe we have an inventory of culverts. I don't know that they have been labeled with individual numbers. And I think that is probably possible, but that would probably be quite a labor
Checking it on the
intensive job.
database. Be kind of cool then.
Hold on, we have Chris Kaufman, our DPW director, who may be able to speak more.
Chris?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chris.
hey, so yeah, we do. We actually have a culvert inventory, and we have about 1,000 or more cross culverts, and they are numbered. I can put a number. The numbers are sequential based from one road to another road, and so that number, it won't go from 1 to 1,000 or so. It'll actually just go from 1 to whatever in that section of the road. So I can refer to that as the Hopson Road, like culvert 6 or 7 or whatever it is. But I can do that.
Great, thank you, Chris.
A huge thanks very much.
No problem.
Any other questions? No. Okay, let's start. Marcia?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, another one. Now we have our DPW snowplowing assistance bid recommendation. And I understand our crew is getting more experienced, which is very exciting, so that we cut down a little bit on contracted services. So a lot of credit to the DPW department for building back a great crew. And thank you, crew, for, you know, learning how to drive these giant snowplows. Okay, any questions? Oh, we should have a motion on this, move it along. Who'd like to move this one?
I move to approve a contract with Kurtz Halt Excavation LLC for FY26 winter snow plowing for an amount not to exceed $45,000.
You have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further questions or comments?
I had one comment.
Sure.
I wanted to thank Chris for this write-up. I think being able to read all this stuff up beforehand in the packet saves time a lot. And I'm sorry for taking up time now to say thank you, but I feel like his write-ups are always full enough that I really leave with no questions. And he generally touches on follow-up questions that I would have had, like, are we getting towards the point of being able to plow our own roads with our own crew, you know, up to the point that is reasonable? I know that on the outskirts of town, you know, it makes more sense to contract it, but I'm glad to hear that. And I know that other citizens have asked that. So I appreciate him noting that. And it's great that we're saving money. And I'm assuming that, the fact that the new group is from West Windsor and a bit farther away from Chases and Sharon, like, won't make a difference.
Very good, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, well, let's vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yep.
Matt?
Yep.
I'm a yes. Next, we have,
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Well done.
Chris.
Thanks.
Town manager's gift recommendation from the Trails Committee. You want to speak briefly about it?
Yeah, I think fairly straightforward. There was so I think it's been completed at this point from the picture I saw, but it's a donation that would go with the cost of the materials to construct a pedestrian bridge over a washed out area on the trail. And Chief Bob, he needs to speak to anything, but I would which would go in and then probably quickly go out to reimburse the materials.
Okay, are there questions?
Just another comment. I think
Comments?
the Trails Committee is another one of these wonderful unsung committees that gets very little notice, not a lot of public appreciation, but they do a fantastic job and they're really gung-ho.
Yes.
And I think that the letter from Nick Krems is very thorough with all the, and they've been touching base with all the right places. So that's very well done.
Right, any other comments? Okay, so I'll need a motion for this one, please.
I move to accept the donation of $600 for the construction of a pedestrian bridge on the Ballard Trail.
You have a second?
Second.
Okay. Let's vote. Marcia?
Yes.
Simone?
Yes.
So?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Next up is the listers memos of errors and omissions. And I think we just need to, let's see, move to approve, to notice what they were and approve them. The motion is, there is no motion. Oh gosh, no, we have no motion.
Oh, no, they just don't look, they don't have room for the who proposed it, who seconded it, et cetera.
Do you want me to read them?
Yeah, I wonder, you think it would be, unless there's objections, could we move all three of number 9, for instance? I guess we kind of have to, right?
What? I mean, number 9.
Number 9, there were 2 listers memos with errors and omissions because another one came in later. So number 9 and number 10, they're all errors and omissions.
I think Cheryl has something to say before we.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cheryl. You want to come up and speak to us? Sorry.
Thank you.
We're so busy looking at the.
Would you like a
You know, you
cookie?
got the great. Yeah.
Oh, after. Thank you very much.
You just,
Yeah, my sense was that this was all one agenda item, but somehow they got made.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That was a mystery to me, but it was, the intent was for everything to fall under one agenda item.
Okay.
And then the second thing I wanted to say, since I'm hearing that you want to just do a motion to approve all of them, is that we actually have a revision to one of these. And I wanted to pull that one aside if we could and talk about that separately. So the others, that would be the easement, E&O memo. Others could, unless you have questions.
Make sure we're understanding which one, oh, it's the third one down. So that one should be considered, that one has to be
Separate, please.
okay. And Marcia is graciously taking minutes. She's got that mess.
oh, yeah, thank you, Marcia.
Do you want me to make the motion?
Yes, please.
Hey, good job.
I move to approve the correction of errors in the 2025 assessments. Now, they're both written differently.
Grand list.
One says grand list and one says just assessments.
These are corrections to the grand list, I would.
So would it be correct to say, I move to approve amending the 2025 grand list? Do you need the word assessments there?
They're just written a little differently, that's all.
Let's do it individually.
We'll do it individually. I mean, just so we get all the original language except for what's being amended for the third one. Let's do that, and it'll just be cleaner.
I move to approve the correction of errors in the 2025 assessments for the following parcels: number 16-32.000, number 909-022.200, number 05-115.200, and number 05-115.300 pursuant to 32 VSA 4261.
Okay, may I have a second?
Second.
Could I just review those numbers with you again, please, in the motion?
Yes.
1632,000,
Yes.
922,200,
Yes.
115,200.
Is that correct? So Cheryl,
Scrambling around here. Looking for that one. I'm sorry. I don't see- Did I miss one of my memos?
It's the Kerwin Hill. It's the 550 Kerwin Hill.
It's kind of coincidental that there's a 515,200 and a 115,300.
Yeah,
Yeah.
both on Kerwin Hill.
was that the
Well,
consolidation?
that's the consolidation of two
It's the
parcels.
consolidation of two properties, so they go together, right?
That would be the second one.
You know, I'm trying to still put my hand on the consolidation one. Anyway, I'll trust it. Go for it.
The grand list is 0. So maybe it disappeared, which is why you don't have it. Grand list assessment, 430,100. Grand list correction, minus 30,100. So it's a 0 number.
I'm missing the memo. I'm sorry. I don't know why I put them, I thought I had them all in this.
Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it on here?
You want us to table this so you can grab the memo, or you can go right in the office there, right?
No, if I could just put that one memo somewhere. I would.
It just-
Well, 5. This one is one we're talking
Oh,
about.
that's the one. Okay. Thank you. So
It looks like it's being taken off the grand list.
it's coming off of a card and getting added to this one.
But for a very
Yeah,
different
okay.
amount.
Yeah, they're different amounts. That's correct. Sorry, I don't.
I was wondering, but
Yes, because there were 2 cards on this parcel, each getting an assessment. And in fact, a consolidation deed had been recorded. So the second card was a greater assessment than it should be, comes off. And the remaining acres go to the first card and get added as excess acres. And so that is correct.
Proper assessment.
Then gets a lower and proper assessment for the consolidation. Thank you. Sorry.
And do all those numbers, like the second number also, all these numbers are clear to you, Cheryl? There's
Yes.
the parcel numbers, okay. It sounds like we.
Okay, so that's okay.
Just one, this is just another instance that's been so frustrating with KRT screwing up.
Well,
Well, that's water over the dam, I think.
I know, but it causes extra
and
work.
then you had, Marcia, in the motion, you had 10-013.
Can we hear it again?
No,
No,
Oh,
no,
05, 115, 300.
we
So
don't,
those were those 2, but then there were the veterans.
not,
No, we have
No, we haven't
multiple, do you have a copy?
We haven't gotten to the disabled veterans.
we haven't done
Don't.
veterans yet.
So that might help you. So the way this was broken down
Okay.
was multiple memos,
we're right
multiple,
here. But this
multiple
is the one we're
parcels.
talking about right now.
And then they were broken down into errors and omissions. And then the second agenda item was for disabled veteran tax exemptions. So that's its own separate piece that we can handle on the next agenda item.
For 10, yep.
Okay, so that makes it a little clearer to me. So these 2 are there, then the 2 that I don't have are there. And then the 14, I'm asking you to hold off on. So now I see where you're at.
That's the third.
The one.
That's Figure Top Road.
third
Okay.
one, item 9.
14-025, that one.
So right now, we're just dealing with the first.
The first one has
sentence
three
of 9.
parcels.
And we have a motion and a second.
Thank you for going over that.
We're calling this 9A.
If it's helpful, you can keep that because I have it on my computer.
Okay.
Thank you. Funky, but as long as we are really careful to identify these parcels and you know, the motions nicely, I think we'll be good.
So those are in your first motion, and we were going to exclude the 14025 from that one. That's the,
That hasn't come up as a motion.
yeah, okay.
Oh, I thought we were doing these paragraph by paragraph. Am I wrong? No.
Sentence by sentence.
Well, okay, so the first one had 4 sets of numbers.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what.
And we've moved it and seconded it. Are you ready to vote, everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Marcia?
Yes.
Chemo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Anya, that one's done. Now we'll move down to the next one.
Can I do this one?
Sure.
There's 2, this may be correct, but the numbers are exactly the same. So it says, I move
Yes.
to approve amending the 2025 grand list to correct errors in ownership for the following parcels. Number 20-031.100 and number 20-031.100.
So the numbers match with.
Yes, that's correct, because in this case, the transaction to sell this to from the buyer to the seller, the buyer's name did not get correctly added in, so the information was still going to the seller. So it's the same parcel, same parcel. It's just the name didn't get changed.
The owner's name.
It's an ownership name change.
Or just because it hasn't.
So the rest of the motion is pursuant to 32 VSA section 4260.
Thank you.
Oops.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Huh?
did you made the motion? I was seconding it.
Okay, I just,
That doesn't matter.
yeah, that's good. I just want to be clear who's.
Yeah.
Who's doing what? Now, do you want to correct the third one, Cheryl? Is there?
Can we vote on the?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say, getting mixed up here.
Okay.
Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chemo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I yes. Now we're on to the circle. board.
Okay, so now I understand the agenda better. In the next one, we are making a revision to our correction. And I have a new memo I can pass out if the board would like a copy of it. Essentially, this is revising our request from the reallocation of an easement reduction to not having a reduction at all. And this is the memo now. There's 2 here.
So are the numbers the same, but the situation is more clearly expressed in the memo? Is that how
This would be a revised memo to what you had in the packet.
Okay,
And essentially stating to the board that after we submitted that E&O, we've done more work on looking at this because it's an important change. And just letting you know that from further review and work, we cannot substantiate the reduction easement amount at all. And we don't have any basis for it in the system. And KRT applied this 70% reduction without any information to the listers or the property owner. And we, just cannot agree with that being placed on the land. So it's inconsistent with the rest of the grand list in the fact that other properties with like easements have not been given a reduction. So based on our responsibility to maintain assessment equity in the grand list, our request is instead to remove the 70% reduction.
does this fall outside of the normal grievance process, like this decision was made? I mean, I don't know if the property owners, if they wanted to grieve this, could
They'll
they?
have the chance to grieve.
Okay.
They will.
That's good. The same process.
Yes, they will.
Just
And
Had to make it a little later than. just
Any-
next- Yes.
all of these will have that
That,
window, and we're going to combine them into a new set of change of assessment letters and grievance period and,
Yeah.
and the process. They're all deserving that process.
Marcia?
So procedurally, do they know this is happening?
Not in every case.
No, these people.
This particular one we just spoke of, they have not. No, there's been,
That
no,
this is happening.
no, neither do
Any of the other ones?
other ones. It depends on how we came across the error as to whether somebody knows or not.
Mhm.
But In this case, no.
Follow up, how will they know?
How will they know? They'll receive a change of assessment notification once we're done tonight. They would receive, going back to the beginning process of sending them a change of assessment letter. They'll have 14 days to file a grievance. Then we would set up a grievance with them and listen to what they want to say, and then we would make our decision. If we don't satisfy their request, then they would appeal to the Board of Civil Authority and go through the same process.
Can we ask what type of easement we're talking about here? Just
Yes, you can. It's a conservation easement, mostly is what it is. And it's an area in grand list assessing that is more subjective than it is objective. And you read each of these easements and apply them, if necessary, to a property. Some of the ones that are more affect a fair market value are ones like utility easements or public right-of-way easements, things that a next buyer might second guess whether they want to buy that with that property, with that type of an easement. And those typically get a reduction of 10, 20%, depending upon the nature of that easement for utility or public access across their property. What we haven't found is any fair market value impact on a conservation easement. In fact, the parcels that have them tend to stay strong in the sales market. And so that was a longer answer than you might have wanted, but that is the basis for.
Yeah, interesting.
So this is like a land trust easement or something like that.
It's a conservation easement. Yeah, it's
Development rights.
could be that restrictions on what can be built, what can subdivisions and things of that nature, which quite honestly appeal more to people down the line who already have that in place. And we've seen sales not impacted by such easements in this matter. And we've actually reached out to other towns in Vermont to get their work on easements. So.
All right, any other questions or comments? I guess we need to move this one. Would you like to move it, Marcia? Or?
I move to approve amending the 2025 grand list to correct an acreage under easement error for parcel number 14-025.000 pursuant to 32 VSA section 4261.
Second.
Okay. Let's vote. How do you vote, Marcia?
Yes.
Memo?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And then we're actually going on to item 10, the last of the corrections, which has to do with disabled veterans. You want to move that to Marcia? Or?
Sure. Yeah. I move to approve amending the 2025 grand list to correct errors relating to disabled veteran tax exemptions for parcel number 10-013.000 and parcel number 20-207.000 pursuant to 32 VSA section 4261.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further questions? Let's vote then. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Memo?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, thank you all.
This will be included in the next packet.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Could you send that to, for?
Sure.
Sure.
All right, thank you all. And there's that thing.
Right. The next item is number 11, opioid settlement funds plan. And we've had outreach from our resident for Skatuki, who has pointed out he kind of keeps track of the opioid fund, and we have gotten a little bogged down on figuring out whether or not we can use these funds to help someone who is affected by addiction. It's a little complicated. There are a lot of factors, I'm going to turn it over and discuss this a little bit during agenda setting with the team. And we were going back and forth about whether or not it would be great to have a committee to look into all the questions we have, or would it be better to figure out what the questions are and sort of open them up as a query and just send it out to people like the police chief or town health officer. And the reason we sort of were discussing that is wondering whether by the time you advertise for the people on the committee and you hear from them and sign them up and you give them a charge, you're like a month down the road. And it would be nice to try to get some kind of handle on that a little, well, sooner. But that's one of the things we could decide. And I'm going to actually turn over to Matt because he spoke with Chris Katuki a little bit and has come up with a draft form of if we did want to have a committee, the types of things that could be asked. So we all had a chance to look at that. So, I mean, this is a little complicated, trying to not, have a really long meeting tonight, but this is pretty complicated. I think we could have a little bit of a discussion about what direction we want to go with it. So I'm just open it up to the floor and see what people think.
Sure. Because I submitted this draft, I'm happy to speak first.
That'd be great.
I submitted this draft just because I didn't know. I just wanted,
Discussion.
I didn't know the previous discussion that you outlined, and so I just wanted to kind of give us something to work with to move forward on this. And I would say that my only kind of hesitancy was that creating a committee has its own sort of burden of time, basically, where you have to create the charge, you have to kind of, then solicit people to volunteer for it, then you have to vet them, and then you kind of send them on your way, and then they do their thing and come back. So if there's a more nimble process that keeps us moving forward and provides the select board with good, practical ideas, then I'm not wedded to this idea. I think that everyone, including Chris and myself and people who are, interested in this subject, just want to kind of move on it and get it into the, use this money for its intended purposes.
Mm-hmm.
So, so I'm open to all the ideas.
Okay, Marsha?
Thanks for starting the ball rolling. I have a lot of ideas on your draft, but I think overall I'd like to table it for tonight. But having said that, I think I'll just go quickly over the things that I think it might need. The purpose, I think it needs to be separated because it looks like the charge is embedded in the purpose. So the second and third paragraphs should fall under a charge and be amended to explain that recommendations will be submitted to the town manager for his review and submission of appropriate recommendations to the select board for their approval of expenditures of funds. I'm wondering why we need a deadline. For membership, I think that this is such a specialized and fraught area that we should just, if we're going to have a committee, we make it the town health officer, the police chief, and the fire department, EMT kind of folks, maybe a representative from there, because they know what they're dealing with. I'd also like to find out how other communities have used their funds and what form that's taken. Under miscellaneous, I would amend the bullet that says the committee may appoint a chair and other officers from among their select board appointed members, and remove the last clause that says although such actions are not required, because may means they're not required. I would also amend the bullet about the SAC, I'm calling it the OSAC, is encouraged to seek, to accept instead of seek public input. Again, I think is pretty specialized, but people may have ideas. And also add a bullet that the SAC shall review and abide by the requirements of committees which are found in the Select Board handbook. So I think it needs a little bit of tweaking, but depending on what other people are doing in other towns, this looks as like a reasonable way to start out.
So am I clear that you would support a task force or committee, but you want slightly different structure? Or some amendments to how it's set up?
Some amendments to how it's set up. And I think that rather than looking for lay people, we should have people who are dealing with the problem and just take advantage of their expertise. I mean, we don't talk to the health officer. What is that person seeing? We know perfectly well that I'm guessing the fire department, and if you look at the list of incidents that are reported in the police department report, there's things reported that look like this, you know, so I think it'd be good to know what they're seeing.
Right, and I'll just add just about the meeting with Brennan that was kind of the basis for a query was to use people who already are, you know, sort of aware of the problem and aware of resources and so forth. Even Miranda, I think she receives the settlement documents, and there are two different sources of the funds and a different deadline. So there's a lot of administrative part to that too. Memo?
This, I think these are really good and solid. There is a guy up on Bragg Hill, Fred, who lives up above the old Cossingham place. This is his specialty. He's at the hospital.
Oh.
And I think
So you're a doctor?
he's a doctor.
Fred.
Fred, I can get you his.
His last name isn't Shoot, you just can't remember.
No, I can't remember his name. Brilliant guy. And this is his department, so it might be worth considering adding qualified lay people as well.
Right. I think that's a great idea. To think of people whose field it is, or, you know.
Yeah, that wouldn't be lay, really.
I don't know if we've ever had
Not
an effort that was like a query. Like we know the type of people we want to ask, but we just say, well, these are our questions. What do you think? And they maybe just shoot back a memo, give us some guidance about what to do next. And I see, you know, Brenda's nodding his head. Do you want to try it and see, at least as a preliminary thing?
Oh.
You know, to have a query.
Instead of going through the long process of
Yeah.
setting up a committee and all.
I mean,
that
we could always
stuff.
have.
That might be faster.
Okay, well, at least for it to get it kicked off. Brendan, can you speak?
I was just going to suggest we could start there, right? We could say, we're going to kind of post this in the packet or the listserv, wherever we wanted to, with a charge of, hey, we have a certain amount of opioid settlement funds in our possession. We're going to be receiving those on an annual basis for the foreseeable future. And the charge could be, could you provide information to the select board about potential uses for those funds that have a relationship to opioid treatment, or, you know, it has to be in some way related to that, right? It can't be, we want to go pave our road with this
No, it's
money.
very specific.
So that would be my first thought, and that could be done rather quickly, like within
Right.
October. And I guess if that didn't provide the guidance or the ideas that the board needed to make a decision about the use of the funds, then maybe it's a longer process where you actually try to create this committee. But I tend to agree with a couple of comments that that's going to be cumbersome. It's going to take a lot of time, and it might not necessarily get you any more information than you would in a less formal manner.
And I'm sorry, I missed the target audience for that question would be.
I mean, I think you could put it into the packet with, maybe if we know there are specific individuals who we really feel like they would have insight, like the police chief or the health officer or Chemo's contact.
Community nurse, you know, just
Community
think
nurse.
of it.
We could come up with a short list where we made sure that they knew we were asking for an opinion if they had one. But then other people could maybe have an opinion as well that we might want to. And I would suggest having them create a memo, because that's the simplest way to get that information, you know, firsthand back to the board.
So target those people with the question, also put it in the packet.
As
With the memo.
general,
There might be some
thoughts.
people we don't know about who might
Yeah, so could we,
respond to.
Could we then also, if can we give, like when I was discussing this with Chris, I had a short list of people that I would turn to, including our EMS sort of head of service, used to work in a recovery place in Westland. And could we give you those names and you could reach out to those people and just explain what's going on and encourage them to give feedback? Or
Yeah, I mean, I could create a little cover, like a paragraph that just says, this is what this is why we're asking this question. You've been selected as a person who might have some insight. Would you like to provide? I need contact information, as well. It's
okay.
Not just a name, but I need to have like an email address.
Okay. And then that overview could also be sent out on the listserv and on the town world email list.
Yeah.
To query people.
You could get posted on the website. I mean, there's a couple ways we could broadcast that.
And so how do you envision once we get answers back?
Mm-hmm.
Then what do we do with that?
Maybe see what they are first.
Yeah, I guess I would think we would have an agenda item and maybe those go into a packet so everybody gets to see what's been sent in. And then the board would have to say, I like this idea. Let's explore that more. I guess you'd have to weed through maybe multiple different ideas to come up with the one that the majority of the board feels is the best, the one with the most opportunity to do it. That was, the purpose of the fund.
Are we thinking that maybe our experts would also know Vermont, New Hampshire, because there might be some treatment centers in New Hampshire. Are we allowed, if we receive the funds in Vermont, to donate to New Hampshire? Maybe they'd know.
I don't see a cross state border prohibition, but I think
it'd be good to look into it.
There's probably
expertise. They might.
Yeah, I'll just mention in talking with Matt Romeo, the police chief, there is an entity called Healthcare and Rehab Services. I don't know if folks are familiar with that. They are located regionally, I think Springfield, and they have an office in Hartford. And according to Chief, that is who they contact if they have an issue in Norwich with somebody that might be having a substance use disorder or a medical event. And so that is somebody nearby that, that I won't say that's the only option, but that is an option that serves Norwich, deals with this subject, and would probably be thrilled to have some additional funding put into their budgets.
Mm-hmm. Would be just one thing, be interested if there's a person who, or an agency that also deals with the homeless, who some of whom have addiction issues, just because if they're sort of invisible, if you know what I mean, if there's outreach in that direction, I'd be interested in that.
It could be, yeah. Yeah, the opioid terminology is, that seems like it's specific to opioid addiction, but I don't know if this funding could be used for
any kind of
substance
abuse. That's true, but there might be someone with opioid addiction who's also homeless who'd not get noticed to get treatment. So it's an outreach question. Marcia, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'd be interested in hearing from the chief how many times he's had to access that service in Springfield. If it's significant, maybe is it okay to just give them the $28,000?
Yeah, I think it would be. I mean, that would be like, if we didn't have any other ideas, that would probably be my suggestion at this point coming from him. But I think it does make sense to query the community and other people that deal with this and try to get, other thoughts as well. We're going to have recurring monies too. So it's not like this is going to be a one-shot deal. We're going to have, these settlement funds coming into the town for a number of years. So we are.
And there is a website that outlines a lot of this and what the, appropriate use of the funds can be used for.
Okay. Kimo?
So these funds will continue for a number of years. So Matt, why are we proposing automatically dissolve unless its dissolution is specifically extended. Why wouldn't we just say it would be cancelable by the select board?
It was just to keep it nimble.
Manageable.
Okay.
And to give it a finite, so that we don't just kick the can forward essentially. And so if we did create this committee, they could come back to us and say, here are the three things that we recommend doing with the money. And we can make that decision. And then when more money comes in, we can just continue, feeding those decisions or not.
And sometimes we have committees that just sort of languish, I think I was on the childcare committee, which sunsetted, and I think it was a really good thing that it did, because we came to strong conclusions, but that's like, we didn't need to go any further, and the report's still there and stuff. Marsha?
Yeah, and I think it's a good idea to have it sunset, because if nothing else, it forces us to look at the issues again and say, was this working or wasn't it? Do we need to tweak it?
You can always renew it.
But that, I think what Matt had written there was assuming a committee, like a formal committee was created. And I think where maybe we're headed is we might not take that road. We might try to do this a little less formally and a little more quickly.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Pam Smith on
Pam Smith, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. This money, the 28,000 that Matt has in his memo, has come to the town over several years. This is not a one-year appropriation. And we did discuss this last year about this time, and talked about the possibility of setting up a reserve fund or a special fund to handle these dollars. And I think that's, if this is an ongoing appropriation, then it should be something that is put into a special fund. Otherwise, you're taking money out of this year's budget that didn't come in this year. You should be taking the money out of the surplus because it's been carried over year after year. And it's something that should go before the voters to set up a reserve fund. That's what we discussed last year, but then we decided to hold off on that. The other point I would like to make is that there was an article on the warrant last year about having persons who did not live in Norwich serve on Norwich committees, and that was firmly rejected by the voters. So when you're setting up a committee or a commission, we have to remember that the voters want only Norwich residents to be on those committees.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Good suggestions. All right, any other hands up on Zoom? Any other questions about this? I think we've got a plan, right?
So just to confirm that,
Right.
so I'm going to maybe craft a paragraph soliciting input from either specific folks that we're going to reach out to or the general public. Maybe it'll have to be two slightly modified paragraphs, and then we would send that out. And when would we like responses back? By the second meeting in October or by the next meeting? That wouldn't give people a whole lot of time, probably. But
I wonder how extensive the replies would be. Would they just fire a memo back saying these are the general parameters? In which case, maybe it would be reasonable to ask for the next meeting. But on the other hand, if it's the public, they might not notice it for a while, and then they'll pop up with lots of suggestions. So
I think
could we maybe shoot for the next meeting, but if it doesn't seem like we're getting replies, maybe put it in the next one? I don't know.
Well, I think we should, I'm just trying to think of how people are going to respond. I think if it was the 24th, I think is October 2nd. So we'd have to have it a week before that.
Oh, that's true.
I think the second meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to be more sensible.
So I think we could give a deadline of have a memo back to the town manager's office for inclusion in the packet by that Wednesday, the Wednesday before.
Okay.
And that would give us enough time to get it in the package.
All right.
So that would be the 15th.
October 15th.
Okay.
So that is truly, that is a very reasonable amount of time, but it's not, and not too short.
Right.
And then we can mull it over on the 22nd.
Okay, chemo is
I just lost track of what we're talking about.
we're talking about the logistics of sending out a query message
Yes,
of when, of how, he's just reiterating, Brennan's gonna craft it and send it to specific people.
yes, okay,
And then our response time is gonna be by October 15th,
yes,
so that we can
Okay.
put it in the packet for the October 24th meeting. So these are the sort of little gymnastics we go through to
Yeah.
set up an agenda. It's like, backing up enough to
Yeah.
figure when it has to be submitted, but giving people enough time to respond and so forth. So
So you're going
it's
to,
logistical kind of stuff.
yeah, so-
just for the notes clarification, you're sending it to specific people.
Well, I need to know who those would be.
Who we would like
Well,
to.
I think we already picked 3 or 4 there, right? So we had the police chief, we had the fire chief,
Town health officer,
the health officer.
maybe community nurse.
Matt's head of EMS.
Yeah, yeah. And I had spoken to the fire chief. He was good delegating that to the head of EMS,
Head of EMS.
just because of the depth of experience that the head of EMS had.
All right, community nurse, I think was,
Yes, please.
all right. And then chemo, you had some,
Fred Amell, Amell, lives on Bragg Hill Road.
Nice.
can you send me some kind of an email address somehow? Not sure how I'm
I'll
gonna,
try to find it, but.
You're
yeah,
probably on the phone, so.
yeah,
And then for
oh,
the notice to other people,
Mhm.
which I don't really know is necessary, but if you're
well,
not,
if it's not, if we just want to pick a small group, that's fine too. It's easier. The only other thought would be that we would just publish this, I guess, on the listserv and on the website would be our 2 other ways to do that.
I have a phone number.
Okay. You can just email them to me. I don't think he wants us
Okay.
read out on the public meeting maybe.
I mean,
Good idea.
I think we need to get our hands around this and that this is a good group of people.
Keep it simple at first, and you
Yeah.
can always expand later.
People can also read about this and listen to the,
Chime in.
Sure.
say, I'd like to give my comment. So, all right, so police chief, health officer, head of the Norwich EMS, who is that?
At her work.
Community nurse and Fred,
Amell,
no,
Mao.
AMELL.
please, so.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, that's only 5. That's manageable.
Very good. All right.
No motions required.
No, it's just a directed to town manager.
People trust my authorship here. No, you guys want to see it or we all go?
No,
Okay.
right?
If we have other people that come to mind, we can send that along to you.
I think the board should decide if that's how you want to do it. That
I'd be okay, just leave that informal, like if you think of someone.
Yeah.
Okay, but don't do it in a week after Brett.
No, I was thinking that
Brett's memo.
that you'd probably do your memo this week and get sent out, Monday or.
well, I'll probably go out this week.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
I think I can craft that pretty quickly. So
Okay, so we have an informal, we don't do a motion on that, I don't think, right? We'll just do this.
Just do it.
Okay. All right, the next item is the purchasing policy, our first read. And this policy, it's always very interesting. And Brennan and Barry and I were kind of considering revisions just to get ready for an agenda item like in August with the original one, with some changes. And then this one showed up almost like the day of the meeting. And everybody went, wow. So this is the current VLCT model procurement policy, which is a little more formal and has a lot more technical language and may apply to sort of larger municipalities than ours. In fact, Brendan, could you maybe say a little bit more about the differences?
that was good background. So as we were kind of preparing to make some fairly minor edits, which really those edits were trying to increase some of the spending limits that we had that were set back in 2019 to kind of keep up with costs of materials and doing business in 2025. So that was like, what I put in there was a 20% increase on those. So basically 20% more than what we had in our original purchasing policy. But as you can see by kind of comparing our existing policy with the model from VLCT, it's quite a different document. Like there's no real way to even track change it because it's kind of like our personnel policy. It's just greatly different. The idea was we have tried in the past to stay with the VLCT models, feeling that those have been well vetted, those have a lot of expertise, and other towns throughout Vermont are probably using models such as this. So I wanted everybody to get a chance to, just as a first read, look at both those documents. And then I wasn't expecting we would move anything necessarily tonight.
First read tonight.
Any major concerns with moving to the VLCT model, we should have that discussion. If people are feeling like, boy, this is just so different from what we've been used to, we can't accept it, then we should know that. Again, the changes in the VLCT model policy that are highlighted are mostly discretionary budgetary amounts, like the template that they put out there. You can kind of fill in with what you think your town should use. So we try to do that again with the kind of discussions with our finance director about reasonable amounts for these and some discretion for people to make their own purchases, as we do in our current policy for department heads to spend up to a certain amount on their own, certain amount with a threshold with my approval, and then at a certain level it goes to the select board for approval for more major purchasing. Trying to think if there was any other pieces. Nothing that went into this draft, but we had a discussion a couple meetings ago about the need to always come in for designated fund pre-approval. And I just wanted to get that back out there. It's not necessarily burdensome other than the time delay that it takes. And I think the one we had come in with was the fire chief had not ordered or not estimated everything he was going to need. So there was a couple $100 worth of equipment left for something that had already been approved. And we had to kind of wait a month. We had to get the approval of the board, and then we had to wait 2 weeks for it to go into the warrant. It was just kind of a cumbersome process there. So doesn't really make a huge difference to me, but I thought we should maybe talk about that. Like if there was a spending limit of $1,000 or $500 or some kind of lower monetary amount that the town manager could approve out of a designated fund, that might expedite things. And then ultimately the select board does approve all of those, everything is approved for the warrant. So we are not shirking the responsibility. Again, I could go either way on it. It just seemed like it might make things a little quicker or smoother. So those are kind of two separate things. I guess maybe start with the bigger one. Like, do people have any thoughts about moving from what we're using currently to the VLCT model policy? Again, with some maybe further looking at the details of that in a future meeting.
Okay, Marcia?
I have a few things, but no, I think that this VLCT policy is a good way to go. It's much cleaner, I think, and I think that there's something to be said in terms of liability for sticking with what is recommended by they're not state, but they are an organization of villages and towns, and I think that that's a good thing to sort of follow. So yes, I would go with that. I guess 3 things that I picked up on just quickly. Under the definitions on page 58, I think that we should probably mention under conflicts of interest, the state statute that's been approved is broader than this and uses the reasonably prudent person standard. So I would like to see us incorporate that in this definition by just saying something like, or otherwise has the appearance of a conflict of interest as prescribed by 24 VSA 1992. On page, I also picked up on what you were saying, Brennan, about the types of funds. I think on 58 with the definitions and on page 60 for the procurement categories and requirements, I'm just wondering if we need to spell out in either of those the distinction between the designated funds and the reserve funds.
And where would that be? Where would that be placed?
Well,
On 58,
it could
page
go in-
1, actually.
It could go under definitions or it could go under procurement categories.
Okay.
Because we've wasted a lot of time over the years talking about what the select board needs to approve. And the VLC's distinction in their lovely document called Reserve Funds 101 says, don't confuse reserve funds with dedicated or designated funds. A dedicated or designated fund is money that is set aside by the select board in the budget for some specific purpose, but without any legal basis or strings attached. Unlike a reserve fund, the select board may spend dedicated or designated funds for another purpose if the need or desire arises within limits of their existing discretionary budget authority. So I think,
Can you slow down for a minute?
yeah,
So what do we have? Reserve funds, right?
we have both. If you have like your budget, we have designated in our budget that we're going to spend money for X, Y, or Z. And so I think when you're talking about the procurement categories and how much can be approved, I think it should be clear that they are from the budget.
Right.
Whereas the reserve funds, I think we're always going to have to approve those. The select board is.
Whether
Is
it's
that
large or
statute?
small, right?
Well, that was my point, is you are ultimately going to approve them because you're going to approve a warrant where those funds are expended.
Yeah.
And then the question of, do you have to do that prior to procurement is the question, right? So normally in our current situation, anything that comes out of a designated fund has to come to the board through the process with the one-page template that we use. The board approves it prior to moving forward with an expenditure for any amount of money, $20 to $200,000, right? So I almost feel like let's just continue the way we're doing here. I don't want to muddy the waters with that.
Okay.
I was proposing that the town manager would have some authority to spend up to a discretionary amount, a small amount, to expedite the process. So we didn't have to, for $300, go through the paperwork and the month-long delay.
But I completely agree with that. And I think that this is a very good schema. I'm just thinking that given past experience, we'll have people questioning every expenditure. But I think if we can obviate the need for some of those forms that we're using because it's already been approved. But anyway.
It wouldn't have already been approved, I think is the question. My thought is to your thoughts and edits. So the other thing to think about here is, are we going to be true to, we're using the VLCT model policy if we modify this extensively? And is that necessary, I guess? Just something to think about. Like, because once we start to change things, we deviated a little bit. Yeah.
My last point was on page 64. There's a typo. It should be 100,000. It says 100,000. The procurement by sealed bid. It's just a typo.
Oh, yeah.
So where is your typo?
Page 64.
Missing zero.
Sealed bid.
It's
With an aggregate.
It's missing. And it should be a 1, shouldn't it? Or not?
100,000.
Should it be 100,001 or 100,000?
Oh, I see. We're just missing a zero there.
That's right.
It should be 100,000.
Yeah.
Like the others that are 100,001.
Yeah, the other ones are 100,001.
So that you can go up to 100,000. That's why it's like that, right?
Well, because there are different thresholds. So if you're on that same page, the threshold is 12,001 up to 100,000.
Okay.
But down here in the procurement for sealed bid, there's nothing below that. So I think that was one of those discretionary, what is a reasonable number that you would want to do a sealed bid.
Okay. And you need a
we picked 100,000.
Memo?
federally funded construction project is more than $2,000. I mean, that's
Federal restrictions are more stringent about how you.
Where's that one, Chemo? Where's that one?
same, lower in that.
Same paragraph.
It seems like a very
Yeah.
low
Yeah.
number.
Okay.
It does
You know,
seem
a
very
box of pencils for federally funded.
Yeah.
So, okay, I didn't realize.
Yeah. And we don't have a lot of federally funded
Yeah.
projects outside of like the FEMA stuff, which is all very
That has its own.
regimented. Yeah.
So I would just add, I take your point, Brendan, and I think it's a good point about monkeying with the model.
Okay.
I like the model.
Well, I'm sure someone spent a lot of time on the model because they updated this in July, but I think when we had talked to them previously, this was not even being mentioned
It's
that
in
they
the
were
works,
working on it. So
Matt, did you want to speak?
Yeah. My opinion is I do like the model, and I do also reflect on when we did the animal control ordinance. Chief Romeo was saying, don't change things too much.
right.
And so I agree with that. I do think that it's important. I agree with you with your sort of final, let's leave the reserve fund that way that we always do it, because I think that statute supports that way, pre-approving it anyways. And it's probably, if this is a document for us, for our sort of like guidance in the future, it's probably worth putting in here that for reserve funds, according to this, I have the statute somewhere, but statute,
Yeah.
that select board will pre-approve spending out of it. And I do think that we're starting to trend towards, if the ask is for a specific dollar amount, to like add a couple $100 or whatever, so that there's a bit more, wiggle room if shipping and handling comes higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that makes a lot. Like we've at some point, approved up to like for 149 or something at the end.
Yeah.
Like
Just round.
we should be conscious that there are contingencies and things, and again, if it's rounding up to a couple $100 or so, I think that does make some sense.
Yeah, like a do not exceed, basically. And then the other edits that I had for this are more specific, and I don't know if that's what we have time for now, or if we're just saying we like where we're going with this. We'll take this up next meeting and then really bring in our edits. My edits were about emergency spending and a couple of other semantics.
Well, why don't we, for tonight, if this is okay, Mary, I think my thought was this is really just kind of the first read. We don't want to have nine reads like we did with our animal control ordinance. But I think, if we're going to get into like some detailed, like
That could be memos.
editing,
Memos, right?
yeah, that could work too.
Okay.
But this is really just, do we like the VLCT model and that's the road we're taking, or is this problematic in some way and we want to
Right. So let's
not go that direction?
Go ahead and do that. So Priscilla, what is your thought on which direction? Do you like the new model one, or?
Yeah, I think the new model is fine. And I think what I'm hearing is, but we do put something in about the reserve funds, and it doesn't, no matter how little the amount, those come from.
Stick with that and put it in there.
Well, by statute, it has to. So whether it's in here or not.
I would probably do it. And Chemo, how do you feel about which one to?
Chemo seems clear, good,
Okay.
consistent.
Right.
With some, it's a model, it's not a definitive thing, so clarification.
Well, I agree with that too. So you got, endorsement of this one at least.
All right. Well, that's progress. So maybe for 8th, for the next meeting, I would just resubmit the VLCT model and ask for thoughts or comments.
For memos of
anything that we would want to
changes, yeah.
prior to a meeting where we might.
Exactly. Yeah, no one can see them all and then have a good discussion. Yep.
Are there other people who'd want to have input on this that we should invite?
We have a hand up.
Well, we've got
Board of
probably,
Listers.
Cam, is there, maybe it's Cheryl?
It says Board of Listers.
Board of Listers, would you like to speak? Whoever is representing you? Is it
Yes,
Cheryl again?
This is Cheryl. Hi, it's Cheryl. Sorry.
I do want to use, I agree with using the VLCT model. And a couple of thoughts from your discussion that I have are that if there is a reserve fund request, as Brennan mentioned, and there's an excess of $200, perhaps that just goes through the operating account and it's taken in during the fiscal year dollars. I mean, that isn't a lot of money, like Brennan is saying. So to go back and fiddle with another reserve fund request for that, maybe the best thing to do is just to take that into the current operating budget and pay the remainder amount off from that. The other comment I have is I haven't looked at the policies lately. Is there a separate reserve fund policy? Or do they typically embed it into this purchasing policy? Does anybody know that answer?
Okay.
So when I was looking into this, the VLCT does have a, I don't know what it'd be called, like an explanation and, definitions for reserves fund stuff. And then obviously in our previous purchasing, there was a paragraph in there that specifically talked about reserve funds.
So that could be a subject of a memo, is just pointing to that resource.
Yeah.
That we could have a paragraph via the VLCT addendum or however they have listed it.
Well, if there's not a separate reserve fund policy that VLCT promotes, then I would support or agree with having that wording back into the town's purchasing policy. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Cheryl.
In our existing policy, 4B, use of designated or special purpose funds. In all cases, approval of the select board is required for the use of any designated and special purpose funds related to any expenditure. And that's out of statute. So if that's not clear, that's...
Well, it's always good to be, if you just even reference the statute, that would be enough, I think.
Let me look through this again, because it might also mention that. It would seem strange that it wouldn't actually. So.
Doesn't matter. It's weird.
Huh, okay.
Yeah, but it's easy to fix.
Okay.
Okay, we're good on
They
that.
did it quickly. They did it quickly.
Yeah.
Do you want
Too
this?
much credit for doing it well.
Yeah.
We have over here, Brennan, Reserve Funds 101. You want to take a look?
You can have it.
Or have it?
That's from the VLCT.
Oh,
Yeah,
big gift.
there's another one. Oh, can I ask one last question just before I draft a memo about this? Did we come up with the, 12,001 and 100,000? Like, okay.
So in the template, those were blank. In our existing policy, we had numbers. I added 20% to our numbers from the original policy and placed them in here.
I see. Okay.
So we're getting a little more. Yeah, we have a little more money for discretionary than we would have had.
Okay, but the wording is what I was asking, because the wording in our original policy says like up to whatever and greater than whatever, and it uses whole numbers instead of,
which is actually confusing if you had the rare chance where you landed in the middle.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
$12,000. So which is it? Is it a incidental or a major? So yes, this is really, the template had very easy. You add this town to what you think is your correct amount. Okay. And we use existing plus 20%.
Right.
All right, any other questions or comments on this one? All right, I'm proud of us for getting through that nicely. All right, so the next item, number 13, is Finance Committee School Board MOU. And this came out of Garrett Tom from the School Board reached out to me and said, under certain parameters, the School Board welcome the Norwich Finance Committee to review to attend their meetings, their regular meetings and their budget meetings, and to review the budget with the material that would be provided in the meetings, that would be fine. Marcia also, and I also asked Marcia to help on this too, but it began with Gary, and he had certain suggestions, which are under 1, 2, and 3 in this, the actual MOU itself. That's coming from Garrett Palm. And the select board will amend the membership of the Norwich Finance Committee to specify 5 members as specified in the 2020 MOU. Marcia did a timeline of all the torturous path of the Norwich Finance Committee, starting with the authorization of the Dresden School District, to try to get some background on what happened, and also try to enable this one to be successful, maybe starting with a smaller scope, and then, you know, expanding as we go. The school board, instead of mutually with the select board identifying candidates and then separately interviewing them and then deciding what the committee would be, that seemed very cumbersome. But the school board is willing to meet with Norwich Finance Committee members, just want to meet them and approve them. So that's part of the MOU. And approved Norwich Finance Committee members will be appointed to membership in the Dresden Finance Committee. So that will be set up. And then number 3 is the thing about the item about utilizing the same materials. We decided that this would be also an MOU that would sunset, because we want to make sure it works. We want to refer back, see how it went with this budget cycle, see what might need to be changed if we wanted a different MOU, but to not have it kind of not work and kind of linger and have misunderstandings. So it does have a kind of a time frame. So it would be, I guess, from whenever we approve it, we could approve it tonight if we feel confident in it, but it would be limited to January 14th, 2026, which is like our last select board meeting before the budget has to be finalized. So it would be like, let's give them a chance to review the budget this time and see what happens. That's kind of the idea of it. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, Marcia, would you like to weigh in on how it's structured? I did ask the select board for a little bit of help with this because I'm not used to framing documents like this, although I think the terms of it are quite clear coming through from Garrett Palm. But there might be, for instance, why it's 5 members. Can you explain that? I think that came out of a requirement of the Dresden committee, doesn't it, Marcia? Rather than 6, which we have now.
The 2002 Articles of Agreement of the between Hanover and Norwich about the Interstate School Compact, they set up this Dresden Finance Committee and said it would be made up of the Norwich and Hanover committees. And then at some point, the agreement that Norwich made with the Norwich Select Board and the Norwich School Board made was that there would be just 5 members of this committee, and that was satisfactory to the school board. And as you can see, in 2018, there was a lot of it's on this history. In 2018, there was a lot of concern that the school board be involved with those people that were being selected for that committee because they were going to be representing the town, which included the school board in the larger Dresden committee. So the number 5 basically comes from those earlier documents, and that's what seems to be satisfactory for Garrett Palm.
Right, and it could be any 5 of the 6.
Right.
And they all could be approved for the finance committee, but for the Dresden one, it would be 5 of their choice.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's nothing to say that if we want to use a finance committee to do projects as currently constructed in our charge, there's nothing that prevents this board from saying we'll have 6 members to do that. But there is another body, actually 2 bodies, that are involved in what goes on with the school.
Yeah.
And so or with the school budget, and they want only 5 members, which I think is reasonable. So if they want to select 5 of our 6, then that's their prerogative. And it's our prerogative to say, but for our own purposes that have nothing to do with the school budget, we can use 6 if we want.
Chemo, question?
How many members does Hanover have? They also have 5?
I didn't understand that.
Hanover. They
Hanover,
contribute 5.
Hanover.
It used to be 7 and 7.
Would it be Hanover or Dresden? Let's
It
see.
was. Hold on.
Let's see if it's in the history here.
I don't think it's in history, but it might be in Garrett's.
Last time I looked at this, there were 7 of each. And then we reduced ours to 6.
There's a constitution here
So,
someplace.
Yeah, Garrett sent you the Constitution.
Yeah.
We'd love to have it succeed, to be well organized, not so bureaucratic.
I'm going to have to look for Garrett's memo again because I didn't print the constitution.
Garrett's memo is something the rest of us haven't seen.
No. Would you like me to forward it to everybody, just sort of retroactively?
Yeah.
Okay,
Please.
I will do that.
I mean, because this, I'm looking at this like,
No, he didn't.
huh?
He didn't forward the constitution.
Oh, yeah?
I
I thought he
found
did.
it someplace else.
Mary?
Oh, I'm sorry. Cheryl, go ahead.
I just pulled the town report from 2002, having served on the Dresden and Norwich Finance Committees. And the Dresden Finance Committee is a compilation of 14 members, 7 from Hanover, 7 from Norwich. And that was the makeup of the finance committees back then. I haven't gone forward, but I'm looking right now, as I mentioned, in the 2003 Dresden Finance Committee report and the town
Okay.
report.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Actually,
Whoops,
I did find the constitution
here's the
here.
Constitution.
The Hanover Finance Committee shall consist of 7 members whose names are on the checklist, voter checklist. And this is just talking about Hanover. So they had 7.
So I have a
Go
question.
ahead, Ned.
So is it possible that the 7 that in the past were sent over were 5 from the finance committee? And then it references here a liaison from 1 select board member and 1 school board
Oh,
member.
that might make
And
sense.
would that get
That's the
up to
7.
like the
Yeah, that's
equality of
the 7.
7?
Okay.
That's right.
No, we didn't write the liaison part into this. And I don't know if anyone here even would want to serve as liaison to that. That's a whole other question. So we left it out, trying to keep it simple.
But are we sure that's what happened? We used to have 7 members of the finance committee.
They
And
do
they had
talk
7
about,
members of the finance committee.
that's right. They did have those 2 extra members. The select board and the school board got to put a member on it.
And that's how it got to 5 Norwich Finance Committee members appointed to it, and then a select board member was a liaison and a school board member who was a liaison, and that would add up to
So
7.
they weren't voting members. They were just liaisons.
Okay.
Is Cheryl's hand still up?
Oh, yes.
Because maybe she has more.
Cheryl, do you have some more?
Yeah, that is incorrect.
Oh,
The select board member and the school board members were voting members of the Dresden Finance Committee. They were all members, all 7, and Norwich had 7 as well. We had 14 in total coming from 7 from each town's finance committees. And their composure of their finance committee is New Hampshire rules, and ours were Vermont rules, and we always had openings for 7 on each.
I don't know that there are any Vermont rules. I didn't see anything in statute.
Okay. Kimo?
So the 2020 draft MOU it says that the Norwich Finance Committee joins the Hanover Finance to become the Dresden. And then separately, it says the select board and school board each appoint one of their members to the non-voting liaison to the NFC each
Okay,
year.
so that's an
I
addition.
think that was in addition. I'm pretty clear in my memory that there used to be seven
Seven.
members of each finance committee that combined equal numbers to make the Dresden committee. And it was a concern of mine when we went down to 6, because we were no longer equal that, even though there was no longer.
Like parity
you.
question,
And
and also the odd even question.
Yeah,
Right.
so these were one of the difficulties we anticipated, I think. I think it's in the minutes of the
Okay.
meeting when this was discussed.
I wonder, and it might be something we want to revisit sometime with the finance committee and debate that again. But I don't know if we want to do that under this particular arrangement that would sunset. Go ahead, Kimo.
Well, perhaps we should find out if they want to have 5 members of our committee,
Specifically.
7 members of their committee,
Oh.
or 5 and 5,
Well, okay,
because that would affect our discussion.
that's true.
And I think it's worth just clarifying with Garrett that,
He wanted clarification on the numbers, I think, right?
yeah, but if we clarified with him that Hanover has 5 members, one is from a liaison from their select board, one is from their school board, and they're non-voting, and that's why it was the same over here. So I'd like to know from Garrett if that's how theirs is set up now. Do they have 5 voting members plus 2 liaisons who are non-voting, one from the select board and one from the school board?
Okay, let's try to clarify that. So SB and, what's we're on school board?
SB and SB.
Yeah, SB. Okay, so that's for Garrett.
Yeah.
Other questions for Garrett? Or just other questions about how this is structured or whether we should do it or, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I read this and I'm like, what? Does this sound as though we're sort of dissolving the newly formed finance committee and then it'll be reconstituted after the school board interviews them too? Or I was a little confused.
No, the school, well, I think that in the past, I think it might have been that each body interviewed people and then somehow, you know, scrutinized each other's so that it would have, you know, equal representation of people who are interested in the school board and the town. It was a very cumbersome selection process.
Sounds it.
Well, okay, I don't know if it was or wasn't, but I mean, we're starting off now with a board that we appointed, and I think you might have witnessed this, I think they actually showed up at the school board, said, can we be helpful? Or the Norwich Finance Committee, and, you know, and I think it was a little bit abrupt, you know, because they showed up and it was like a little bit of a kerfuffle there. But Garrett thought as just to kind of smooth the way to have some input from our finance committee, he said, well, as long as the school board got to meet the people on the committee, and I think they probably love them.
That's fair.
So that's all he was saying. So this is really an initial effort, and it would sunset. We'll, you know, see what happens with it. So, you know, it's just Garrett reaching out saying, I think if we come up with a simple thing, it'll sunset, but it'll be a chance for our finance committee to get their feet wet and learn a little bit more about how the budgets are put together. It's like part of a rebuilding process back to what it used to be is how I see it. But when you look at something like this, your eyes can glaze over because, you know.
Thank you.
Really? Marcia? Well, no, it's because you didn't write it beautifully. It's because it has to have a certain formal language, and it has to, you know, it just has to be.
Yeah.
Do we say whereas? No, you know, it's like that.
I actually appreciated that it was one page.
Yeah.
That was very manageable, and I also like your timeline was really, your memo was very helpful. So
I think the one thing that we have to remember is that this is a federally approved entity. And there are Dresden, and the articles of agreement are binding. And so we've got a Dresden Finance Committee. And if we're going to commit a Norwich Finance Committee, we have to kind of agree on these rules, and they're pretty clear about what those rules are.
Okay, Chemo?
So if they want to be clear, then we need to edit this carefully. Because
Okay.
in here, it refers to, the committee shall consist of the members of the Hanover Finance and the Norwich Finance Committee. But it's not the members, it's partial. And later on, it tells us, the select board will amend the membership, of the Norwich Finance Committee to specify my members. We're not going to amend the membership. We're going to select from the membership. So I think the words are important, and it needs some editing, but I think the general idea is solid.
Yes,
And we should move
that's a good point about amend.
Well, I think that for the second paragraph, that's a quote, right? Yes.
Yes.
And so the Norwich Finance Committee has some sort of legal meaning.
Yeah.
We could call, if it was called, we could call the Norwich Finance Committee that we use for ourselves, the Norwich Duck Committee, and it's a bigger group of the Finance Committee that is legally acknowledged under this agreement. So I think it's semantics that we're talking about. And I understand that you're saying that it's specific, but where we're talking about down here, that's part of the agreement that was very important to Garrett. He followed up with me and said, I just want to make sure that you understand. And I said, have a look at this memo, but they really want to have the opportunity to approve 5 members. So I think we're going to have to think about this in terms of there's a legal construct for Dresden Finance, which includes this Norwich Finance Committee. And that Norwich Finance Committee is going to have, for their purposes, 5 members. But I do think we have to clarify the 7 to see if we need to add liaisons from the school board and the select board.
Or is it just 7? Because that was Chemo's point, I think.
Well,
No, I don't think so because I saw it somewhere else here.
Okay.
It would be so helpful to have copies of this correspondence with Garrett, because I felt really blindsided by this. I'm going, what?
Well, yeah, I'll send it. Well, I could find it now and send it. It won't, it'll sort of, it may clarify things for you, or it may not. But I can't know that until I see it, so I'll send it.
I think it's better to move forward and ask for clarification.
Okay,
He
all right,
says,
but I still will send that, because
Thank you.
I know you wanted to see
Yeah.
that.
he says, change the draft charge to specify exactly 5 members.
Well, I think I liked Chemo's suggestion to say we'll select, since we've decided on 6, right? We'll select,
I think they want to select them, but why don't we just?
oh, that's true. I see what you mean. Do we have to amend the membership, though?
I don't see why.
No, we can amend the membership. We can, but that would mean amending the membership.
Right, it
We
just
could
doesn't make
choose the
sense.
membership. Or,
But again, think of it in terms of the finance committee that is used for the town we're going to give them assignments to do for us, nothing to
Okay.
do with the school budget versus a subset that's going to be approved by the school board who will participate as part of the Dresden.
Except the school board wanted to kind of meet everybody, didn't they?
Yes.
So that would mean 6, not 5.
Right. And then
So how do we do this? That makes sense.
well, we should find out if it's equal. Does Hanover have 5 and we have 5?
Okay, we have more work to do.
Yeah.
All right. And then Cheryl might have some helpful advice. Meet Cheryl, from the board of listers.
Well,
Cheryl, do
thank
you have
you.
more?
Thank you. I would direct the members of the select board to go to town reports and review the history of the Dresden Finance Committee, which is a 14-member committee, and the fact that the reports are all there. You can look at the bottom of it, and we acknowledge the membership on each side. Plus, you can see the Norwich Finance Committee reports of the 7 members that existed, and the intent was to have equal membership. It was always a collaborative group And that is what I would like to share. If anybody would like to look at copies, there's several in the lister's office, and there's some obviously in the town clerk. The other thing I missed in Marcia's recap is the fact that President Kennedy signed the congressional order. I don't know what the wording is, Marcia, of the authorizing the interstate school district. My understanding was that was 1963. It was this last act as president, and then flew to Dallas, Texas. I don't know if you came across that.
I did. But what I was citing was what's in the statutes. It is a federal agreement. He was a federal president. It's kind of in statutes.
That's fine. But that's great to acknowledge that historic moment, Cheryl. Thank you. All right, this needs some tweaking, I think. So maybe we'll consider this a first read, but I would like to bring it back next meeting so it doesn't get lost. And also so that if we do approve it, the Finance Committee can actually be part of the budget cycle. Okay, does that sound all right? And I'll do this research.
And you'll go back to Garrett.
I'll go back to Garrett, and I'll also send that message to Priscilla. I'll send it to everybody.
Yeah, you'll send it to everybody.
I'll send it to everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now we have our town manager report.
All right. So this was in the packet. I'm sure everybody got a chance to look at it, and I'll just kind of work through some of this quickly. So as you're aware, we are headed towards the deadline of October 1st for the first installment tax collection. So if you haven't paid your taxes yet, Norwich residents, you have a week. And the audit, the actual formal audit where they come out on site is going to be the next day after the tax collection ends at 4:30. We're going to have auditors here for 2 days. So Barry and Patience are going to have a very busy week next week, and appreciate their hard work on all of this. We've also been working over the last few weeks on doing some preliminary budget work in preparation for kind of getting into the budget cycle here in a month or so. And so we've gotten through, I think, most of our departments on their operating budgets. And this week we're starting to talk about their capital budgets. So we're meeting with department heads and trying to work through that. And so far, so good. I think everybody is understanding. We are trying to be, frugal and tight with the budgets. And, what we didn't mention earlier was the road plowing contract is about $50,000 less, more than that, actually. It's significantly lower. So, there are places there that we're able to save some significant money through due diligence. Planning department, again, this is kind of coming from my department head meeting, and Stephen just wanted me to let people know that the new bylaws went into effect September 4th. The new forms are up on the website, along with some of the new changes that were made. And then he just mentioned that the Planning Commission is currently working on updates to the energy plan specifically, and also it looks like they're working on that utilities and facilities plan. I assume that those would be changes that would be made to the existing Norwich Town Plan from 2020. We are about every 8 years, we're now required, but 8 years, it used to be less than that, to update the full municipal plan. So I assume that this is a change that will take effect before 2028, and that we'll have our own process. It's going to be a lot of work of the Planning Commission to update the municipal plan for the full update. The DPW highlights, the 3 FEMA culvert projects are substantially completed. So those were, I think, still a work in progress for the last one at the last meeting. I would also just urge folks, if you haven't already gone out to Hemlock Road to see that work, it's completed now. It really looks great, I think. We got a guardrail that goes all the way along, better drainage, better grading. It looks really nice. And the slope, the slope nailing was successful. It looks really good. It's much more open there.
And great for the residents of that. Put up with a lot.
Yeah, and it's going where the old house has been burned down right now. So that looked like it was in the final stages there of getting completed. So yeah, looks nice over there. We did not get a response for the RFP that went out for the Moore Lane Bridge for the milling and the membrane placement. So that isn't completely unexpected due to the time of year trying to go out while people are busy trying to finish up their summer projects. So I think what we will need to do is to reissue that bid in January for spring work in 2026. So that is the plan. We have the document. We might, make some minor tweaks to it, but I think what we have there is pretty substantially completed. And then FEMA reimbursement. So you will notice in the warrant, I'm sure, or the AP warrant, quite a bit of money is going out for the contractors as we've wrapped up these projects and are wrapping up the culvert stuff. We had submitted our second invoice to the state who's holding the FEMA money for roughly $337,000. That came back extremely quickly. We actually have the money in our accounts today. So nice. Yeah, they were telling us it might be weeks or months, and it's not, it's days. So that's nice. And probably has to do with, again, credit to Chris and Britta for putting together these very technical requisition forms that are, I assume, being done very correctly because we're not having time going back and forth with questions. So that's all good. Rec department, Memo might be aware of this. There's a Lego First robotics team of 6th to 8th graders that have been down here in Tracy Hall working on, I guess, their projects or starting their projects. So that's really fun to see.
He's a coach, huh?
I don't know what his title is.
I'm a co-coach.
Nice, that's great.
Yeah. The after-school recreation ARC program is underway. I think, according to Bree, that's going well, and that's hosted over at the church next door. Youth soccer games are have started at Huntley Meadow, so that's in progress. As is planning for Halloween, which is a month away. Imagine that. That's the end of summer for sure. So a couple of things going on over the course of that weekend, and the Norwich Woods Walk was the one that is the big draw over at the Mountain Fry, and that's going to be afternoon of Sunday the 26th. Lily wanted me just to mention that there are 20 property tax assessment appeals being held by the BCA. I know there was one BCA meeting already. I think it was two. There have been two already. Okay, so there was another one last week.
Last night. Too, I think.
Yeah. So those schedules or hearings are going to get scheduled through October 14th, and Lily thought that they would be wrapped up by Thanksgiving. So. That is a work in progress. As some of you may have noticed walking in, although it was a little dark and rainy, there's something out in the front, the front yard of Tracy Hall. We have a large hole that's awaiting a propane tank tomorrow morning. And so that is, I think, going okay as far as the timing. If that tank goes in, I know we've had the ARC folks downstairs. We have our two new propane boilers set up down there. I don't think they're fully installed, but they're in place. Looks a whole lot better down there, I can tell you. Just they're much smaller, brand new, and it looks very efficient. We did confirm, and I think everyone knows this, Studio Nexus, Doug is going to be here at our next meeting to I told him about a half-hour discussion with the board about the Tracy Hall initiatives and where we want to go from there.
And Memo had said we specifically want the Energy Committee to be, just a heads up.
Yeah, I mean, we can, anybody can do that. I would just say reach out to the chair of the Energy Committee and let them know this is going to happen. And
who will do that?
Would you like me to do it? I mean, the town manager's office could do it. The chair could do
I don't
it.
know, did you read their notes from their?
I have not read their
Okay.
latest meetings.
So you might want to read those, because I think it was sort of written with you in mind. That they'd like to engage.
Okay.
And
Well, I'm happy to send a message to,
That sounds
it's Eric,
good.
I think, right? Still the chair.
yeah, or have Britta or something. Yeah, I think they'd appreciate that.
All right, we can let them know if they'd like to participate or have some of their folks participate. That would be welcomed. It's already town report season, so I think Mary will create a, you haven't been told this yet, maybe by Miranda, who collects all of the documents, but she's asked department heads to start working on those. Middle of October deadline. So
Right.
coming up. And then I just wanted to let folks know, so Kit Bergen and his family had come in at the last meeting to talk about their request to try to get GMP electrical to their parcel that's currently off grid. So following that, Chris Kaufman and I went out and looked at the site again. And then we talked with late last week, I talked to a representative of Green Mountain Power. And I also engaged with the SBF to get their advice on, how would we craft an easement that would allow this. So what I think I've concluded is there probably isn't a viable way to get electrical power through poles and wires to that location. So what Mr. Bergen has proposed is basically putting these underground through a neighboring property up to the right of way with Ladue Road, kind of the very upper portion of Ladue Road, doing a directional drill under the road that would not have any real impact on the surface area for about 45 or 50 feet that would span the road, coming up on the other side of the road, which I think is either his property or very close to his property. And then he would trench again underground along his property to get to his home. So I think, again, after looking at this again, that's really probably the only viable option
They can do it.
he has.
Okay.
I do think, and I was hoping to get some guidance from the attorney about this before our meeting. I think this is going to come back to the select board. I don't think.
Approval?
Yeah.
It's unusual.
Because it's a road, you're making a kind of a long-term decision about a roadway of the town, owned by the town. So I hope maybe by the next meeting, we'd have to figure this out in the next week to get it in the packet, but we might have something that would come to the board. Again, as I understand the process, it's a little confused, but Mr. Bergen is responsible for the costs of all of the drilling and the trenching to get the conduit to his property, but it is GMP's property and it would be a GMP easement. They have, they do these all the time, I'm sure. So they have drafts of the legal document that would allow GMP to install and own the property that's going to go across the town.
When you say GMP owns the property, is it just?
Owns the conduit, yeah.
Owns the conduit, okay.
So
Thank you
we'd
for
have,
clarifying.
we'd have to give an easement for the road.
Yeah, that's the role of the
Okay.
select board, is to say you're allowed to use this right away to cross to.
Yes, I noticed. I want to make sure that Brennan's had a chance to finish his report and it's not ignoring our public, so.
Yep. So anyway, just an update that, again, after further review and discussion, it looks like what is being proposed is going to need to be allowed because there's no real other way to do this. And again, if we can have something for the next packet, you'll get a chance to look at what the board is being asked to do here.
Marcia?
I just wonder, I've been worried about environmental stuff, people building houses in places that are going to be in peril with changes in climate, deluge of water and losing roads, et cetera, which we've experienced. And I'm wondering about the same sort of thing with when people, if they're given planning permission to build houses in places that are difficult to service, because it's not just electrical services, but it's also fire, AMT, all sorts of things. And I just hope that the planning department is considering this when, you know, they're putting together their bylaws, and the development review board is thinking about this, because it really is a cost to the town, and it's unfair to the people who end up in those situations.
Yeah, I mean, this particular case was unique because obviously this is an existing home that was built off grid purposefully. And now, you know, lifestyle circumstances have changed to where they want to connect into the power, which makes sense. But yeah, I think in a normal situation where you were issuing a permit, if you were, that would need to be looked at.
Okay, questions from the board? Priscilla, did you have one about finance?
Oh,
Finance
I just
memo?
I didn't want to interrupt you. No, I keep wanting to make comments. I think it's pretty cool that like the rec department had the Windsor County Forester come to look at invasives at Huntley.
Yeah.
And I think it's really wonderful that the fire department has 6 recruits in training. Yeah. And sort of sad, but interesting that the police are now having to deal with unhoused and people and encampments, but they seem to be handling it with great sensitivity, which I think is really wonderful. And then when I looked at the finance stuff, I'll skip over some of the things that are probably too pesky. I mean, it looks like we have a lot of the property taxes in already. Could that possibly be? They were coming in early? I mean, pretty prompt. I mean, looks as though 87.5% of the property tax revenue is in.
How much?
87.5%. I don't know unless I'm not reading this correctly, but I wanted to comment about the listers section, because they're at 65% of their annual budget already. And they have spent almost 50% of their wages budget. And I'm not there are several factors at work. They had to do a huge amount of time in the course of the property assessment. I think more time than they ever planned. And then they had, was it 190 grievances, and they had to go through all of those. And now we have 20 or 21 requests to the BCA. And again, the listers have to be present, and
it's a lot of time.
Can go. It's a huge amount of time. So I mean, these are sort of to be circumstances beyond their control. But they are. So I don't think they should be blamed for going to go where they're going with their budget. But also, you may be familiar with this, Mary. The VLCT wants certain people to have more training now, like you as chair, and I think you and Brendan have to go and get some kind of VLCT training. The listers are all required, but they get like 45 hours of training or something.
Yeah. I think our training is more ethical and look at a website, but the listers have to do actual technical training.
Yes.
Up to a certain.
Yeah.
You know,
and they have a
like
year,
assessor 1 or something.
They have a year to do it.
More intensive.
But it's a year they have to get it done. And I mean, you should have seen Ernie's face when he found that. I was like, and they all have to do it, but it is about, and you can do a lot of it online, or maybe all of it, but it is about 45 hours worth.
Yeah, it's
training, which is a lot. So I'm just saying, we should expect them not to be able to keep within their budget at that rate.
Well, I mean, we're about to propose a new budget, so.
Yeah, but this is their budget for this fiscal year. This is coming out of period 2. We got 10 more periods.
Well, isn't it true budgets that you do your best to try to get in the ballpark?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it's under and sometimes it's over. It just depends on what happens. So
yeah, I'm just noticing.
Not suggesting anybody doesn't get paid.
No, I'm just noticing and saying, I don't think they could control this.
Right. It was kind of a tsunami, I would call it.
And also, it looks as though we've already gotten about $400,000 already before what you said we just got in period 2 in FEMA funds.
Yeah.
So the FEMA money's coming in.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there more notes?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I just had one comment. Because the bridge is being, Moore Lane Bridge is being delayed.
Yeah.
I left here when we voted on that wondering why the covered bridge solution, which I think would solve the problem, forever without any underlying. Why that was so expensive, it was by far the most expensive. It was the price of a small house.
Right.
And it made no sense to me. It's a 33-foot span, which is nothing. It's 2 walls and a roof. I mean, minor electricals, no plumbing, no bathrooms, no kitchen. And it was, I don't know, $700,000 or $900,000. And I just wonder if maybe this is a chance for us to ask why that was so expensive, or maybe it's worth looking at again. Because if that turned out to be a cost-effective solution, it could move forward.
Well, maybe could we ask Memo just to do a little research there?
Me?
I don't know. Yeah. Do you want to do?
I'm happy to do research.
And would that offend our town manager if you do research? I mean, he's sort of in charge of the structures here, and we did decide what we wanted.
We decided what we were gonna do. We spent a lot of time deciding what we were gonna do.
We did kind of discuss it a lot, so.
Really wouldn't want to go backwards and try to second guess,
Right.
create new options.
Well,
that wouldn't prevent you from doing research.
I mean, we have 6 months of nothing to be happening, so I thought maybe we could use the time to assess whether we made the right decision.
Well, I think probably you could, do that if you, and then, just report back what you find out. That would be great.
All right.
Matt?
I had a more specific question about Moorlane Bridge because it was in the report here. So I did go under there just to see for my own sake, and there's no surface indication on the water that stuff was leaking there. But one thing I did notice was that on the 2 abutments, the side that was closest to Turnpike was like nice and clear. Mm-hmm. And then the one that's closest to Beaver Meadow, had drips. So the question that I had was, I know that we have an ongoing sort of maintenance contract with, there's a Clean Harbors. I was curious on what that contract sort of stipulates. I know it's probably taking out sort of the booms and absorbent material and replacing it with new stuff. Yeah. But is it possible that they can clean off the abutment and then repaint it, and then we can at least prevent that stuff from kind of continuing to mobilize when it's warm? I'm getting late into I wasn't here at the beginning of this process.
Mm-hmm. So to be clear, we don't have a contract with Clean Harbors. It's kind of a la carte. We commissioned them to come out, which we did at the end of July. I think you look at both of those abutments. The one to the east is almost pristine right now, mm-hmm. and that had all of the boom changed above there, but there's very little indication of anything coming out. I think the west side is probably lower, so you have gravity that's pulling in that direction, which is probably part of that problem. And we could. I think for this year, I think we're past the heating season that mobilizes this. We were also, I think, very lucky that we've had very little rainfall here over the last month and a half, right? So until yesterday, we really didn't have sustained rain, which I think kind of proves the concept that the water and the heat together are what mobilizes this, this tar mixture to move. I don't think we're going to face that in the next, 8 months, really 6 months, 7 months, until we get to the point where we can make the improvements up above, which would be the milling of the pavement. It would be replacing that really deteriorated wooden sidewalk, and then placing the membrane that's going to keep the water from passing through down into that timber area. And at that point, I think it might make sense to do a full clean of all of the western abutment. What they did last time when they did the major clean was they actually had dry ice, and they actually contained it, froze that surface off, scraped it once it was frozen, and collected it. Obviously you have to collect it and remove it from the site. So, and then a repaint. So then we would be able to see, okay, are we going to have more residue that's going to be visible to everybody, anybody that looks down there. Because right now it's a mess. I mean, there's emulsion everywhere. You've seen the photos of it. And definitely there was movement there after the cleaning occurred in July based on some hot weather. But we continue to do the best we can with the situation.
Okay, I've been noticing Peter Orner waiting patiently. I know he's interested in this topic. So Peter, would you like to speak?
Thanks, Mary. I just want to say thank you, Brennan, for that. It's just a very robust report. There's so many good things happening in town. And I also appreciated Brennan talking to me about this issue personally. So I just want to say that at the onset. But Brennan knows that I have disagreements with some of the things that he's raising, and I'll just say them now. And I think Chemo's point about the covered bridge, the reason that wasn't ever taken seriously, Chemo, from my point of view, is that the company that you all hired to do this analysis had no interest at all in that particular possible solution, as well as a pedestrian bridge or anything like that. They were pretty focused on trying to solve a problem that hasn't been solved. And what I'm concerned about now is that we are waiting once again, as you said, 6 months. And what's the contingency plan if we can't get this work done? Then we go into another summer, which is something I've been watching happen now it's going on 7 years since I first pointed this out. And I also just want to say this is not a personal thing. This is a pristine water source in our town, in the center of our town, that is being contaminated by petroleum-based chemicals on a continual basis. Now we've stopped it at certain points, but as Matt knows and other guys who've been down there, it is on that bridge, and anytime it rains, not just the heat, but anytime it rains, that stuff ends up in the water, which is a violation of the law. The state has said that a number of times. So my question to you all is are you going to continue to accept the delays? There was a delay getting the bid out because of apparently a problem with Stantec. It wasn't really quite explained, and now we have another delay, and we're gonna hope for the best in January. But I think it is worth suggesting that there may be other ways of handling this problem other than kicking it down the road. And the problem, the solution you guys have all voted on, which now is delayed by 6 months, is unproven. So the reason that the chemicals are on the side, the west side, east side, whichever side, and not the other side, they've never been on the other side. It's always been. So there's been no containment has worked at this point on the other side of the bridge. There was never a lot of issue with that side of the bridge. It was always the side closest to Beaver Meadow. So, I appreciate what Chemo said and Matt, and also Brendan. Again, I know he's trying in very good faith to try and deal with this, but it does seem that the priority of it just keeps slipping away. And, a covered bridge, sure, a great idea. And there's a lot of people in town that have mentioned to me that some of the numbers that were thrown around by Stantec for certain things didn't seem to quite add up with their own knowledge of construction, et cetera. So that's all I have to say. But I guess my question is, if you indulge me for one more moment, is there a contingency plan if we can't get a bid in January? And what happens if we go into another summer with these chemicals getting into the water? And I know Brandon and I have a disagreement on how much gets in, but I see it. I walk over the bridge all the time, and I often see the chemical sheen that is a telltale sign of petroleum in the water. And that happens in all seasons, not just in the summer months. That's all. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. So thank you for the comments. The manager report. We have department reports. Now, Priscilla, did you want to say something about the finance? Oh, go ahead.
Well, yes, no, I mean, I mostly said them, but then I realized I have one other note. It looks as though on the balance sheet, we have about $197,000 in delinquent property taxes. Is that bad?
I think that's been pretty consistent.
Wow. Okay. I know that's no fun for you. Okay, that's all.
Okay, do you have questions about any of the department reports? Number 15.
You see Pam Smith has her hand up.
Pam Smith?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that I noticed that the administrative assistant that is shared between the town manager's office and DPW, none of the expense seems to be going to the DPW side. It's all in the town manager's area. So I'm hoping that when the next report comes out, that this will be divvied up 50-50 between the two departments.
Okay.
And the other thing I wanted to address was Priscilla's comment about the lister's budget. I actually looked at that very carefully, and you will note that there are a couple of things that have been booked for annual expenses, like the software fee that we pay to Catalyst. That's booked for a 12-month expense, and the designated fund appropriation of 40,000. So if we back those off to a 2-month appropriation, we go from a 65.83% of budget to 32.8. Yes, we're above the 16.66 where we should be, but a lot of that is attributable to the work that we had to do in the early months of the fiscal year for the grievance hearings and now the appeal hearings. So I think this will be leveling out as things quiet down, particularly after the middle of October when the appeals are ending. So I just wanted to point out that if we look at the expenses that would be attributable to the first 2 months, the listers are at 32.8% because we have two expenses that are annualized. So just wanted to share that with you.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Kimo?
I just wanted to give a shout out to Debris and the Recreation Department and all of the volunteers who helped make an incredible summer and early fall for everybody in the town.
Very good. All right. Item 16, town manager evaluation. Do you want to have a break before we go into that? It's
Yes,
29, like a 5-minute break or something? Okay. 5-minute break.
Oh, can I still stand? Can I
The
still
recording has stopped.
We could have a break.
Yeah, well, I think we're just
gonna have a break.
We don't. I'm gonna.
Look how many steps I've taken today. See,
Wow,
that's why.
that must have been an interesting process to see. I've heard about things like getting frozen with dry ice and then.
Yeah,
and
I didn't see it
shipping
myself.
out or something like that. Or even I've seen it in, it's almost like pressure washing with dry ice. And, yeah, it's a mess.
Well, they had to, I heard how
evaluation executive session. How do we want to do this? Do we want to start as a board and then invite Brennan in?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what I'd like to do at least.
And where shall we meet?
I like Brendan's office. I like that table.
Ask Brennan if he'll invite us back.
Yeah, you're welcome to. I don't know if Cheryl's still next door or is that,
It's nicer.
you like to be around the
It
table?
might be nice here. It's nice out there.
Well, that's fine. I'll have to lock you up and unlock it, but I'll leave after that.
You'll turn up the
You
heat,
have to,
yeah.
like sit outside of the chair or
Yeah.
something too for a while. It's not gonna seem too friendly, but. Okay, well, could I have a motion?
I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA paragraph 313A3 to discuss the evaluation of the town manager.
And to invite.
And after we have met first, then to invite the town manager. Yes.
Do you want that language? And we usually just say, and to invite the town manager.
We sort of control how it is.
Yeah. Do you want that language in there?
Yeah, just so that we
so it's clear.
First we met,
Yep.
first we meet, and then we invite him. That's what I.
Friendly amendment, it's not a paragraph, it's a section 313.
Oh, it's a section?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, may I have a second, please?
Second.
Oh,
Who wants it?
Two guys.
Who wants it?
Kimo got it.
Uh-oh. Okay, we're getting a little punchy here. Okay. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Solon?
Yes.
And Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. And time entered, 8:54. So now we can.
The recording has stopped.
taker and multitasking select board member.
Yeah.
And running. Oh,
Ready for a vote.
ready? Okay. May I have a motion, please?
I move to enter public session.
In a second.
Second.
Can I
Okay.
just make a friendly suggestion?
Sure.
Is it better to say, I move to conclude the executive session previously voted and to enter public session? Is that
No, too much.
okay?
So I
Move to enter public session.
thank you. And that has been seconded. How do you vote, Marcia?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, yes. And yes, and the time is 10:10. Symmetrical. Okay, and I don't think we want to make a statement, except I think we just move on.
Right.
Well, I think we could just say we've concluded our evaluation with the town manager.
Right,
That's all we did.
okay. So number 17 on our agenda is to approve the minutes. We have a motion for that.
I move to approve the minutes for September 10th, 2025 as presented.
And
Oh, I would like to amend them.
okay,
As usual. But we haven't gotten to that part yet.
we haven't gotten that far. Are you willing to go with as amended?
He doesn't know the.
He doesn't know how they're going to be
We don't
amended,
know.
so maybe we need to talk about it before we
Okay.
vote.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. If it's the packet page, 103 is the first page of the minutes. Under Chair's report, it would be clearer to say that you met with the Norwich Schoolboard Chair, Garrett Palm, and also with Norwich Treasurer, because it almost sounds as though you met with them at the same,
Simultaneously?
yeah, which I don't think happened.
Okay, no, I didn't.
So if we could just say as also and also with.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think I had one other thing. No, I didn't. That,
Any other suggested changes? If not, I'll need a second.
oh, I'll second that, as amended.
As amended. Okay, I think we're okay on the minutes. So let's do our voting. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Solon?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Okay, now we have warrants. Would someone move the warrant? Article, please, for the warrant.
I move to approve AP warrant number 1397 in the amount of $69.50 to be paid from the general fund. AP warrant number 1398 in the amount of $185 to be paid from the general fund. And AP warrant number 1399 in the amount of $963,685.79 from the general fund.
Do we have a second?
Second.
That's our best AP warrant thing yet. From 6950, 963,685. So
That's
Million.
pretty amazing.
is there a discussion about the warrants? Yes, Kimo?
Well, there was a 300,000 payment
Is
to
that
the
for-
Norwich School District. Could somebody explain how do we pay the schools? This is the first time I've seen a school.
I'm going to defer to town manager for the timing of the school payments.
So on a normal year, we would pay them after all of our taxes have been collected. So after the tax deadline, we normally,
Usually August, right?
it's normally at the end of August. We normally make one payment at the end of collection and then a second payment, which is kind of like anything left over owed to the school in September. So this year, obviously, we missed our deadline, so we're kind of a month behind. So that $300,000 was a partial payment that both Barry and I felt we could sustain from the amounts that we've collected so far. And then after our deadline of next Wednesday, I would assume we'll have another larger payment to the school district, and then maybe even a third after that, to complete the first installment. And then when we get to second installment, we have another collection period, obviously, and the final payment out.
In February. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so this is an early.
Yeah, we wouldn't normally do that, but we felt like they had requested
Okay.
300,000 for an early payment.
Thanks.
Sure.
Any other comments about the warrant? If not, Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Kimo?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Yes. Receipt of correspondence. We had the memo from Matt Sweat with the opioid settlement, Valerie Rooney regarding the poor condition of playground gates at Huntley Meadow. That was an email chain between her and Bree Swenson. And notice from Neil Fulton, he's serving out his last, I think the last year of his last 2-year term expires 2026. So we'll need to consider another person to appoint to the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District Board of Supervisors.
Also, we had correspondence
This one?
about the speed limit.
Okay, that's true. Sorry, Brandon. Reporting back from Brennan about the process for establishing a speed limit, which includes the 85% rule, which I've been familiar with, and then I think 5 or 6 other criteria for determining a speed limit, but also said on dirt roads, without an engineering study, you can't go below 35, which is,
Seems crazy.
It was good information.
That is good information.
All right, is there a motion to receive the correspondence?
I move to receive all correspondence.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Let's see, anybody second it?
I did, yeah.
Very good.
That was my sigh.
Any comments and correspondence?
Did we want to lower the speeds? I think that the road in question was, 40. We want to lower it to 35.
Maple Hill Road is 40?
Or I could be wrong.
I don't really know.
It might not.
Well, we might want to circle back and know a little bit more about it. Like put it in the parking lot.
Okay, sounds good.
It was Maple Hill Road, wasn't it?
Yeah, I did go drive there and tried driving the speed limit and it seemed like kind of fast. But maybe it was 35.
Okay. All right, so let's vote on the correspondence. So Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Memo?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Let's one more motion. Yes. Let's make the last motion.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Okay, and we have to remember, well, first have to vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Kimo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Yes, and it is 10:18. We do have to sign these warrants.
Oh, right.
Let's not forget that.
Oh, no.
We sign the minutes.
We are adjourned at 10:18.
The recording has stopped.
And then